Um, I don't know if this is actually J6, but I hope it's not too loud. Oh shit, you can't even hear me, that's crazy. Okay, hello. So, well, I love Breakcore, by the way. That's amazing. But this is not about Breakcore, this is about building the substrate. So to give you an update, like as you guys know, I don't just like do all the work in the streams. I always try to do something outside the stream. So today I tried to like redesign the video generation logic. The idea is to stop having like proper characters, and I think I did it wrong. The reason behind that is just because for one thing, I redesigned the prompt, okay, but I tried to align it more towards the product that I'm actually like building. But there was like a slight issue here with the fact that it was just like way too aligned. So like, let me show you the generated video just so that you understand. Like this shit was so horrible. I didn't even want to download it.
JS error. Alert. System failure imminent. Critical integrity breach detected.
Oh my god, bro. Look at it. Look at this. Like it's kind of starting to make sense, right? It's like, you know, you have crawlers, and then those crawlers go to the web, and then they extract data, and that data comes here, and then it gets structured into JSON, and that gets sent over to the knowledge graph. But still, like, it's way too literal. It's way too literal.
Blocked. JS error. Alert. System failure imminent.
Anyway, I'm not posting this. Like, this was so horrible that I'm not gonna post this. What I wanted was something more like symbolic. Like, it doesn't have to be literal, it has to be like symbolic. Like when I'm thinking of things crawling, I don't actually want like a literal robot that's like crawling through JS or whatever. I want like ants, you know, like ants crawling on the floor. Like it can just be like flashing images of ants crawling on the floor. Like when you think about like structure coming from unstructured things, you can think of like a whole ocean just becoming like a river or something. Like, you do understand? Like, it's like symbolic. Like, we want symbols here, we don't want literal bleh. So yeah, what I'm thinking of doing is I'm thinking of literally restructuring the entire thing, so that it's more nature oriented, and there are no like underlying characters. It's more like there's so the flow is going to be different. For one thing, we generate the script before we generate the rest, so the imagery. So the imagery is going to be script dependent. That's one thing, we're separating them. Another thing is we're going to force the imagery to be about nature. So anything that the script is saying, we're going to find a symbolic representation and then link it to nature, like the wind, the stars, the sky. Like it could be anything, but we have to like add like glitch scenery, so like flashing and, you know, zipping and doing stuff like that. Like, we want it as symbolic as possible. They can be like human faces or whatever, but it doesn't really matter, right? That's what we want. We want symbolism and nothing else. So this genuinely sucks. I'm calling it failed project. But you would have noticed how consistent the the images were from like one video to another. That's because I managed to like tweak it like really well. Like it's actually working like really well now, so I'm very happy about that. But this is a failed project, and we're only gonna do this like maybe tomorrow or something, and the videos are gonna be much shorter. Like I don't know if I'm thinking like 8 seconds or something, but yeah, we're gonna have like a totally different flow. I don't even care, like it's gonna be different, I don't care. Besides this, on the development front, I haven't touched anything since yesterday. All I did was generate the changelog, and funnily enough, that means that the last thing we did was add a private flag to actually make sure that things are private. Now what I want to do here is I actually want to like test this out. I want to make sure that everything is working properly, so I'm going to generate a new test set, and then just to fully understand whether everything is possible, like I'm talking a full stack test set of this new thing, every endpoint, every possible way an agent could interact with the system. We want to be able to see it, we want to be able to understand it, and yeah, and then finally I'm going to be testing payments as well after that, so that's next, and this should be fine afterwards. So alright, yeah, so I'm just gonna ask it, hey, could you please generate a full stack UAT test set for me? Think of every endpoint, every case of interaction. I want it all. With every endpoint. I want it all. Think of this as a full test. After that, it will be I will also be testing out payments, so take that into consideration and add that in a final set test. This is just to make things more reversed. Okay, this is fine. This is a failed project. We're not even gonna touch it right now. Like, what I do want to do is I want to change like the entire logic. I kind of like the scripting, or at least the scripting like the previous way it was being done. It was so good. So we're basically going to like create two versions of this, one with the script and then one without it. I'm just gonna separate them, so let's go. This is so annoying, bro. Like, why can't it be more general? Damn it. make sure it actually is more robust. Also giving the same. I guess that's fine. Let's go back and see. How are there only like a few? Section actually had defined for request. Link to a first paragraph. It's so hard. Like it's so hard. I love this a bit too much. It's so hard. It's like it drops you literally in the middle of the story. It's like, oh, it's 3 a.m. Like, how is it 3 a.m. already? Like, what did I do? It's so hard. It's so good. How is it 3 a.m. already? That's what you're asking yourself, Brad. Like you're thinking, why is this happening? Yes, exactly. That's why it's happening. Okay. Okay, so I finally updated this. Now I want to rethink the imagery of the actual prompt itself. Abstract is for humans. Okay, this is not bad. I want to see what would happen if I fed it the exact same prompt. Like, I want to see what it comes up with. Let's see. Okay, let's try this again actually. Maybe this will give us a better output, because this is horrible right now. Okay, now what I want to do is okay, this is actually horrible. I'm glad I didn't save this. Human eyeballs are a deprecated asset. That's so hard. Ah. The ad tech cartel squeezed the last drop of dopamine out of the consumer web years ago. Another click-through rates have flatlined into statistical noise. The surviving platforms are pivoting to tax the only entities left consuming the internet: your agents. They are monetizing the friction. It is and your Python script is violently puking 429 too many request errors into your terminal. You sit in the dark watching your OpenAI billing dashboard bleed out because your naive RAG pipeline just sold 8,000 tokens of your cookie consent banners. React boilerplate as SEO sludge from an About Us page just to extract a single pricing tier. This is horrible. Like, the first part is so hard hitting, and then this is so hard. Like, this first part is just insanely hard. Human eyeballs are a deprecated asset, guys. Oh, what the fuck? Insane, bro. Human eyeballs are deprecated. That's so hard. Oh, that is so hard. Like I'm not even mad, but that was hard. I'm sorry. I'm getting very excited. This is hard. Yo, that's hard. It's hard. It's a visual. Human eyeballs are a deprecated asset. The that cartel squeeze a lot. Now that humans make the race of flatline into statistical noise, the surviving platforms are pivoting to tax the only entities left consuming the internet. Okay, let's try this actually. Okay, he's completed it. I hate open loops, bro. We will generate no images. We will generate nothing. We will just keep expanding one video by a few seconds again. This is so hard. Oh my god. Yo. What is this? This is horrible. Okay, this is fine now. I guess we can just do the test while doing that. If we finally have time for that. Document outlines a comprehensive user acceptance testing suite designed to validate the robustness, security, and financial infrastructure of the Dubstrata APM. Covers every exposed endpoint, all edge case interactions, send isolation, hybrid, Web3, Web2 billing gateways. For your convenience, exact code commands are provided for every test. Before executing these tests, ensure the following services are running. OKDB, oh, yeah, all of it is running. Okay. Okay, we have authentication, authorization flow, ensure the hybrid auth middleware correctly routes traffic based on API keys. Test 1.1 is the valid Web2 developer request, so we send any valid request with a valid API key. I'm sorry, what the hell? Oh, look at this. Wait, I think I have an idea. It's kind of interesting, but also kind of disgusting. Oh my god. Okay, let's test it out. So we need a new page for this, otherwise it'll just like override all the work we've been doing. Oh no. Okay, let's run this. What is hello though? Like, I'm just confuzzled about this actually. Okay, just got a request. And then it did a deep look up into hello, and it's also doing GIT ingestion for hello as well. That's kind of crazy. I guess we'll give it a bit of time. We'll see what's going. Let's see. I don't even know what's going on anymore. It's like, it's way too symbolic. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I think that's exactly what I was going for anyway. I also have another idea, I guess. I don't know, man. I feel like if you're not playing around, dude, what the fuck are you doing? I'm having a lot of fun with this shit. Like, everything keeps exploding and then rainbows are showing up. It's so funny. Okay, when it's done ingesting, I will immediately query it. Hello Kitty is kind of crazy. Oh, neat. Okay, oh, we found it. Thomas Edison? Explain that to me, please. Hello has Germanic roots related to the act of fetching or hailing. What the flip? Thomas Edison suggested hello as a greeting? That's kind of crazy. But yeah, like all we had to do was just ingest it and then wait for a few seconds before finally we had the information, so it's fine. This test passed. Okay, now this is sending a test with a random invalid API key. And we should get an error here. This is making less and less sense as I go, actually. But maybe it's what is it? What is that thing? That thing you get after like starting something and now you have to like finish it. Yeah, I tend to get a lot of that thing. Okay, we got an invalid API key. Test 1.2 passed with a 401. Wow, I can literally save it. API key has been revoked. This is pretty awesome. Yeah, it's got detailed messages. One thing I've realized is that like there is no actual wrong way to go about this type of stuff. I have a brilliant idea when it comes to these. Let's keep it moving with 1.4. Missing auth trigger. And requested no authorization and no transaction signature. This API requires X42 micropayments to execute to avoid per query, character events, register high speed API key, etc. Okay. This is 1.4, save it, Okay, I kind of need to set is revoked as false and then save, which is kind of crazy. Okay, let's move on to test 2.1. It immediately starts an ingestion. Interesting. I wonder which one's the missing one. I feel like it's the second. I love how they call it SEO sludge. That's hard. So test 2.1 succeeded. Just making sure once again, if someone points to a site with some security issues, are we flagging that? Are we checking if the document has already been ingested previously before re-ingesting, and if there is enough information which would Okay, this is testing point 2. So let me take a look at this. I want to merge all these. What do you mean? That's 2.2 is next. Yeah, basically, okay, let me not pivot actually. Let me stop pivoting. Just deal with this very, very quickly so that I can focus. They call this data pivot or whatever. I need a script that will take the videos in the data pivot folder, merge them together, and then modify the video frame by frame. Find a matrix select future cyberpunk. Also is something nice in any randomness over all this matrix matrix entry or something, I'm not sure. Matrix entry is fine, and then finally, yeah, should I give it like an image of the matrix? effect. Actually, I think that's like a really good idea. Could you give me the matrix effect text? Okay, this should be fun. Streaming green code down the stream. Oh no. It's genuinely like generating the image. That's actually, it's not what I was looking for. But oh well. The seems like it has like a new feature for imagining stuff, which is kind of interesting. Wait, what am I doing? Okay, I should be opening this in a new tab. And then copying it over. This is fine. Let's keep going with the tests. So the idea here is to, oh, did it make another change? That's weird. Okay. Weird. Whatever. Did we just, okay, we just tested the public ingestion and we gave it some ideas on like how to actually modify and change things going forward. Now we'll add a new curl command here. Tell it to run this. And realistically, it should have started ingesting already. The output seems so interesting now. Like it's oh, embedding one claim. Interesting. Okay, this also has a success message. This succeeded and provided a success message. Now we actually are going to test out whether or not malformed ingestion request. Interesting. Oh wow, must provide URL or text. Awesome. Test 2.3 succeeded as well. The value provided was this one. How do do you know that? How's that possible though? Like, actually, this is pretty good. Like, we want to give it the appropriate information to actually make the decisions. Test 2.4 also succeeded. Unlike the return message for the agent, so that it's able to understand exactly what the problem is. Paragraph querying now. Test 3.1. The standard public query. Oh. The movie pie drops the red and blue channel, boosts the green channel, classic matrix C, randomly selects channel, flexible frame, shifting sideways. Okay. Oh, and we found the information. Just a general query gave us the right results. Okay, let's go to test 3.2 now. Private data RLS verification. So now we would be trying to get tenant 2's information, tenant 1's information, even though that information is stored under tenant 2. And this person should not have this information, right? Unfortunately, it would. The system doesn't actually understand like what this person is going for, so it's doing like a deep crawl immediately, which is the right behavior. This is a media mixer. Okay, let's keep going with the test actually. Okay, just another question. Can you make medium can also handle input and output paths? Please. Also, this thing just said, oh, there was something in the outputs. This too is somewhat horrible. Damn it. Okay, let's see test 3.2. It was able to not find. The information was not found, and it kicked off a data query, which is awesome. Let's go to test 3.3. Okay, I will be right back. I was gone for a while. I needed to take care of something. Took me about 30 minutes, but we're back now. You gotta love that winter suntan. I was literally in the sun for like literally 2 minutes, and I swear to God, I can see my complexion went like lower by like 10 points, or however people measure complexion these days. Oh, Nishiwa, what a punk, yo. Dude, like this morning I was like watching some updates from China. Oh my God. It was genuinely insane the things they were doing. While I was doing that, I got to thinking, like, I genuinely don't like how this looks. This is just like horrible. So if I can't get like really good AI outputs, I'd rather just like rely on text. And I think that's okay, to be honest. And so that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Why am I getting a repost? That's funny. The view to like ratio is kind of disgusting though, I have to admit. But it is what it is. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. So like the shit that's happening in China right now is so cool. It's so cool. Like look at this, okay? The robots can follow a car and then literally stop by a car, and then they probably have like these automated messages that were pre-recorded or whatever, and like they're just playing those back based on the situation. But it's, at least that's how I would do it, and it's so cool, you know. I wonder if they're like integrated vision, like integrated computer vision, depth perception. They should, right? Like that's kind of impressive. Yeah, this gets me excited, bro. I can't wait until like there's drones everywhere and like you genuinely can't escape, you know. Like you try to commit a crime and you immediately get caught. I long for those types of days. Okay, let's keep going. So yeah, for now, basically the idea is like we're scrapping the video stuff because the outputs are just generally disgusting. Like if I can't get a solid system going, I'd rather not rely on those. And I don't have time to like be iterating on the outputs every single time. And I feel like this is like high key, really important times. I cannot be allowing my attention to be going anywhere unnecessary right now. If text can get the job done, like if I can literally put my face on camera, then I might as well just do that, right? Like I might as well just clip this. But the AI video stuff was like, I wanted to experiment with it because I thought it would be really interesting for marketing. But after doing this for, I guess the past week, because I did say I would give it a week, kind of. After experimenting with it for the past week, I've come to the conclusion that it's not worth the effort, you know. The juice is not worth the squeeze. So yeah. I got it. Like, how can you not love these drums, honestly? These drums are amazing. It's the second time I'm running this. Oh shit. So for the unrelated person, nothing popped up, but for the related person, for the person who actually is the owner of the private thing, it returned the data, which is insane actually. The fact that we can hide like secret data in using the system is pretty fucking awesome. Okay, this is test 8.4. GIT demand trigger and fallback loop. Query highly specific unscraped question. Unironically, we probably have this information in the system somewhere, since we've been like prompting, like we've been ingesting. The last test we did had something to do with Apollo, and like it did a search with Wikipedia, and then it found information on the Apollo program. Hello. Yeah. Okay, so it was able to figure out the fact that we just don't have information on Apollo 15, and now it's gonna run a backend scrape. So this series of tests is actually going exceptionally well. Is it also doing an just-in-time knowledge ingestion? It should be. Yeah, it's doing a just-in-time knowledge ingestion. So realistically, it should have actually waited until the GIT ended, but whatever. So this says pass through, but the condition over here, the situation over here is simply that the GIT ingestion should, no, the system should have waited until GIT ingestion was complete. It actually found the Wikipedia URL immediately, but skipped token burn and returned absolutely nothing. Insane. That is actually kind of insane. Okay, let's see. Instantly rerun the exact same query within 30 seconds. So it's been 60 actually. We should get something back this time. Query rerun. We got information back, which is fantastic. see these drill downs. Oh my god. It wasn't able to find anything. Wait, was the query incorrect? So what to 4.2. This AI seems to have a really huge fixation with the Apollo program for some reason. Oh my god. Got a ton of information. Fetched all facts successfully. Plus it wasn't a private request, so it wasn't looking at any private data, which means it's awesome. Group claims by your outsource. Four point three also succeeded. See, this might fail. Oh, interesting. Actually succeeded. No, the timestamps are fine. best spaces can launch cadence with cars act on wars against competitors like ULA blowers and subday movement. Starship knowledge to analyze test data and progress. Okay, the subscription status here has been set as expired. Let me actually copy the right piece of information. This message is too simple. Point them to the place they need to go to make the payment. Or help them make the payment. Dinner Shore for O2 Adel. Crazy. Sawa. Sawa. Napenda. Haina. Ne. Okay. No, no, I'll take care of it. No, vele mama, I think sisakhuluma once ukuthi if iyaphela like bengicele either wena or usinetheni ukuthi angifonele angitshele ukuthi azikho. Yeah, so that's why akekho omunye umuntu ongayenza wena maybe unina angayenza but angazi yeah. Sure, mama, I'll take care of it. Maybe ngakini kodwa ngapha sithatha abantu ngisho umuntu angama naselangeni ilanga liphumile like akunamafu phezulu akunanethi ilanga liphumile kodwa still bebona Yeah, that's true. This is why responsibility and nice. Nice. Sure, mom. Sure. This is hard and I've never had any problems. Look at the detail. That should be really good. Oh, sorry, mom. Sorry. Yeah, bengifuna ukutshela ukuthi besengiphatalile kodwa yeah, maybe uzoma for isikhashanyana before ifika. Maybe ngingafika nakusasa, angijayazi. Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
Sure, mom. No, go on, as long as you're sure. Sure. Yeah, let's just see it.
are not judgmental enough. You are not judgmental enough. And maybe if you were judgmental enough, you would avoid certain situations and you would not be in certain situations. Because think about it. Some of you are in certain situations because you were not judgmental enough. You were like, oh, I know it's okay that this person doesn't have their life together. You know, they're be judgmental. Be judgmental. If you have your life together and your friends don't, judge them. Judge them. Obviously, you need to contextualize this video to the rest of my other videos and to the context we're talking in. But be judgmental. Do not meet new people and say, oh, I'm not going to judge a book by its cover. You don't know that person. You do not know that person. You need to judge that book by its cover because all you know is its cover. Yeah. Do you know anything else? And I'm telling you because I'm the person that is so deep and I want to see people for more than they look like or more than they have or more than all these things. But that is a flaw of mine. That is a blind spot of mine. And that blind spot has almost got me killed more times than one. And you know, I keep using this term killed loosely. And I feel like you guys don't take me seriously because I never expand. I never expand. So it seems like I'm not serious. But when I use that language, take it in the seriousness that I'm using it. Because I am a writer. I take language seriously. If I use the word, I'm meant to use the word. So I'm telling you, judge the book by its cover. Judge the book by its cover. Like, if you have never been to the ghetto, why are you hanging out with people from the ghetto? Why? You don't know them. Like, don't let somebody be like, oh, my entire family is full of drug dealers, but I'm not a drug dealer. But you know, but everybody has guns and everybody is a criminal, but I'm not a criminal. Does that make sense to you? No, you don't know them. Until you know somebody enough, then you can drop your judgment. Because in the world that we're living in, you cannot afford not to be judgmental. You can't. You can't. You need to be judgmental. Because maybe if you judge that person and then become less strict as time goes on, you protect yourself. But if somebody is giving you all this information that is damning information, somebody's like, I killed a man, I ate him, I killed another man, and you're like, I'm not judging a book by its cover. Or let me use less damning examples, okay? Like, somebody's just giving you things like, I cheated on my previous partner. I've been extremely abusive before. I've been use that information to judge them harshly, not to not judge them. Okay? You can reduce your judgment as people prove themselves to you. You're not being a bad person, you're simply protecting yourself. Because if you don't protect you, who's going to protect you? That person? That person's not going to protect you. So you have to protect you. Be judgmental. You have a lot to lose. You don't want to judge somebody after they have harmed you. Like, why are you judging somebody after they have caused you so much harm? It's too late to judge them now. You already have the data. Judge them in real time. Judge them in real time. And don't make excuses for people's actions. Just because they're crying does not mean they're sorry.
Fuck. Oh no. Sorry for the light show. I just came to a realization that I'm going to need to add a real crypto address with some real Solana USDC so that I can do microtransactions. And luckily, or maybe unluckily, I think I still have some crypto somewhere. You know, like when the crypto in your holdings is like way too small, so you can't actually like take it out. Wait, I think I'm actually not seeing the Binance. Oh, there. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, would you look at that? Hopefully you have like, you can see that. It's nothing special actually, but it's like, it's cash I can't get rid of. So I would like to exchange this for some Solana USDC, I mean. I do have Solana, that's crazy. Okay, I am now transferring some Solana to USDC Solana. And the swap has actually succeeded. That's awesome. I want to copy the wallet address for this. Now, how do I send it to myself? That's crazy. There's no way I'm typing this out. I'll send an email to myself. Okay, let's go get that. I've been invited to a pizza party for crypto. Let's go! Yes. The West is like when did I join Pizza Down? That's another like very let's fucking go. Okay, hopefully my calendar actually reminds me of this. Fuck. Also, this is the wallet address. Ooh. I need to take care of this. For one thing, we can't send this header value. We want to get the message back. It's gonna give us the recipient address. We're gonna use this recipient address to actually send the funds immediately. I have to remove that from my calendar as well. I need to send this to a specific wallet address. For this, I will reply with this USDC wallet address. Let me copy this. Okay, what we need to make sure is the actual price. It's 0.05, not 0.005. That's actually a lot. What the hell? Okay, we're sending 0.06. So it's literally saying send USDC. We're using Binance for this. Hopefully we're sending it to the right address. It's gonna give us a transaction hash. Okay, it's asking us to confirm. Realistically, this should be like thing that's like getting done by like agents. Transaction submitted. Okay, it's still. Oh, it actually succeeded. And now we're looking into the transaction details, which actually succeeded. I'm just wondering which one of these values is the transaction hash. Here there was a tiny little fee. Which one is the transaction hash? Oh my god. Is it this signature? It should be this one, funny enough. Hey, let me just log this quickly. This 5.2. I log the transaction and then got this hash over here. Okay, this is fine. Now let me test it out. It's not taking as long as one would have hoped. I mean, like, okay, brilliant. It actually returned a result. Amazing stuff. And it succeeded. Sending the data. Now we're gonna check for double transactions. So we're gonna send the exact same query again. And it should send us a message telling us, oh, this has already been logged. Let's go. We should add details on what they should do, just like when they don't include the transaction. Place time for test 5.4, where we're giving it a fake hash. I can't believe this worked. Like, everything is getting logged in the blockchain. This is so cool. This is so cool. This is so cool. This is so cool. Oh. The transaction obviously failed. What we should do is try to log who actually did this, you know, so that if they try to do this often, like some kind of DDoS with bad requests, we can block them from access immediately. Let's add that as a future feature in the phase 4 expansion plan. And just like that, we're done with the test. They should come back with proper responses. Holy shit, this is getting tracked. It's insane. It's kind of insane. Yeah, dude. I'm honestly very excited. You know, there's this really tiny little whatchamacall. This tiny little running joke where it's like a lot of crypto compute is just being transferred towards this new AI era. How the hell are these people on my network? LinkedIn has once again proved itself to be not a cesspool, but it's a really special place, man. It's a really special place. Like, don't get me, maybe it's just me, maybe it's the circle that I find myself in on X, but LinkedIn is just like weird, you know? The people on there, they don't try to be human. You know, they're trying to like wear these tiny little uniforms that look good or whatever. But that's probably why I like X so much. Like, it's actually really cool. This is an absolutely phenomenal testing session. You didn't just run the test, you thoroughly analyzed the architecture. Okay, buddy, stop with the glaze. Oh my god. Let's address the issues you flagged. Test 5.1. Missing export to payload for the expired subs you fixed. Okay, cool. If I was just throwing a generic string, awesome. Alpha tenant's subscription expires, then just throw an error. It silently downgrades them to an anonymous Web3 agent, giving them the full export to JSON payload with the Solana address so they can either pay manually, acquire, or notify the developer. The US for a simple way to make categories like organization deterministic without building a massive dictionary. This is the default AI to add here to a strict ontology during extraction. I updated and replaced type string with a strict pedantic literal. The Gemini 2.5 Pro by structured output similar with an error if it tries to invent a new category. Awesome. The subtype is 1.4, anti-DDoS signature limiting to phase 4, we will definitely build an IP variable layer for agents spamming the node with fake hashes. And skip Wikipedia because core should be server so that the URL was already in the RTDB. It said don't buy tokens, extract we already have it, however when you tried to propagate the answer still wasn't there because the existing section didn't meet the 0.65 threshold. So it fell back to the... Wow! Yeah, that is true. Wait on. That is completely true, I have to admit. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a somewhat successful product. Maybe we just need to improve on the UX a bit, or maybe the AX, I guess. But yeah, this is looking pretty solid so far. What I want to do next, since like as I said, since this has been tested already, I kind of want to keep the momentum going and move on to the next part of the expansion plan for phase 3. Which means that we actually need to host this online somewhere. to go the route of GCP. I'll have an easier plan for that. I'll follow it to the tree, set everything, and ideally by the end of this, you will just be pushing updates to the hosted server instead of developing everything. Locally for sunshine. This is very cool. I can't believe the Solana transaction worked. I'm so excited about that. Oh my god, I'm so excited. And now we're waiting for this. This is one. What I want to do is like I want to do like these daily logs, where it's like, oh, this is what I did today, type of thing. I think those are actually like pretty dope. I'm just thinking of a way to do it cleanly, in a way that a lot of people might be able to understand. And then I'm also going to be like posting them in public communities on X. There was this one community I was a part of like a long time ago. It's called Golden Public, yeah. I've just been so disconnected from it that I don't even know how it's like looking right now. I'm building my dream robot. I really like this girl. These are the types of updates that I want to make.
Robot.
Hello, it's great to hear from you.
As I showed you in the last video, I added custom face animations. Today, I mapped each emotion to both facial expressions and servo movements. And those servos will add more life to the robot. But I'm running out of GPIO pins, which means I can only use 2 servos. I could add an extender like this, but I want to keep the build simple. So now I need your help. Should both servos go onto the neck, or one on the neck and one on the tail? Which one do you think expresses emotions better? Let me know in the comments. Now the breadboard is finally finalized. If you want to follow along, I upload all my project files on my Patreon. Follow for day 10 update, where I will add a battery to make my robot portable. Today is
That's
day
very
9
cool.
of building my dream robot.
Hello. It's great to hear from you.
As I showed you in the last video, I added custom face animations. Today, I mapped each emotion to both facial
Okay, yes, as I was saying, I wanted to do like daily updates like that. Oh, interesting. And yeah, the idea behind those will just be basically me taking people through the thought process, you know. Um, it's fun because like I'm generating like so much content right now. I'll need to think through how to get that done, but like the way I'm thinking about it, it's not going to be too hectic to actually be able to get that done. Okay. Oh yeah, let's go. So, it's completed project 3 and written up a comprehensive guide for deploying the entire architecture to Google Cloud Platform. Yeah, awesome. This is exactly what I just did to prepare the repository for cloud hosting. First MCP SSC router. I fulfilled subtask 3.12 by mounting directly in a Fast API router. This means external agents can now stream service and events directly from router MCP SSE over the internet. Interesting. I created a Docker file that packages Unicorn and Arc background worker and the headless playwright browsers into a lightweight, scalable Ubuntu image. I updated Docker Compose .yaml to boot your entire architecture with a single command. I also connected them together securely using Docker's internal networking. You don't have to manage IP routing. This is really awesome. A beautiful step-by-step guide over here. By following this architecture workflow becoming incredibly simple. We'll spin up an E2 compute engine VM, install Docker, run Docker Compose, debug, and point Nginx to port 8000. Once that's done, anytime we're building a feature locally, you just run git pull or remain and Docker Compose up-d build on the VM, and it will hotspot the containers with zero downtime. That's kind of crazy. Okay. Whenever you're ready, we can move out of the backend and jump straight into projects to start building the front end dashboard. This guide provides a robust step-by-step walkthrough to deploy the DuckStream knowledge process onto GCP. By following this guide, you will set up a complete infrastructure as a service environment using Docker Compose on a single compute engine VM. Okay. The architecture is a perfect for the MVP launch, allowing you to easily pull Git updates while keeping RKDB release. The headless crawler and fast API that get tightly integrated in a unified network. Alright. Cool. So here's to part 1, provisioning the infrastructure. We have to create a GCP Compute Engine VM. What we need to do is we need to go to Google Cloud Console, navigate to Compute Engine VM instances, and then create an instance. For this, I actually want to create an entirely new project as well. But I can only have like 10 projects, and I think I've hit my limit like a long time ago, which is kind of sad. Let's go to Google Cloud Console. Okay. And Compute Engine, there we go. We need to, are we in the right project? Jeez. We're actually, we're very far away from the right project. Oh wow. I need to create a new one. I hope they allow me to do that. You know what would have been simple? To just like go to one of my other projects and then just like use apparently we have instances over here. This is what I'm saying, like I already have like a bunch of instances that I was using in the past. Unfortunately they all stopped, but they're NA10 instances that would immediately fail. So I just want to delete them. And luckily for this, I already have like billing set up and everything, so I don't need to reset that, right? Okay. Let me create an instance. So I'm not sure about like having it just be an E2 actually. Startup prod. And we'll select the region as US Central 1. And E2 please excuse me. Okay. So there's an E2 standard 4 with 4 CPU, 16 gig memory. Okay, I get it. But why go standard though? Like there's better versions of that. We don't need a zone. Let's see the pricing on this. Oh my god, we need something more scalable. It's still kind of insane. This is insane. This is fine to start. I think we can move our logic to a different system and scale things up as we go. Yeah, let's create this. I remember when I was like running N8N self-hosted, like a machine type was always messing me up. Oh no. So we call this dev prod US Central 1. E2 What is the Ubuntu setting? Okay, So it seemed I actually had to be on the main page to delete it properly. So now we have .prod over here. I'm just wondering where is, oh, okay, it's clearly Debian here, so I need to change this. Oh, this Ubuntu version might actually be old. Yeah, 126. This is fine now. Yeah, whatever. And then check both allow HTTP traffic and allow HTTPS traffic. Okay, default schedule is fine. So this is after I buy the domain. This is cool. Dynamic network interfaces. Let's go get that domain. Let me try and search for the domain after that. What the fuck is beast mode? I like Namecheap. All my domains come from Namecheap. Look at this. No ways. Okay, let's add that promo code over here. No need for the extra stuff. Oh, so this would have only worked if I was actually a newcomer. But I'm not though, which is like, yeah, sad but awesome. I guess I'll confirm this. I hope this pointing to the right card. Okay, seems to be working. Okay. Now we just need to set up DNS. Oh no. Let's go to the dashboard. Oh. Where is VPC network and IP? Okay, so this is fine now. Let me check here. So we have to navigate to VPC network and IP addresses. Oh, this is still in DCP. But here we have to create an area code in Namecheap actually. And we have to attach it to the IP of this machine. Okay, this is also wrong. Yeah. Now I have to go to VPC over here. I'm not even sure where that is, to be honest. VPC networks. Oh, there we go. IP addresses. Reserve a static external IP address and attach it to the VM. Wait, it's already done. It already exists. It already exists. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. Well, I'm very happy about this, by the way. Now we have to SSH into the VM instance via the GCP console and use gcloud CLI. install Docker and Docker Compose. Okay, this is fine. Let's do that very quickly. When I tell you, I used to hate this part where like you'd be transferring SSH keys to the VM or whatever. Oh, I hated this. As like, especially since there was this one time where it just started failing for some reason, and my N8N was like running out of memory. Like the only reason I was self-hosting N8N was just because I was broke. I couldn't afford N8N back then, and so I would self-host it, right? And like I was paying like chump change on that, and I thought everything was fine. Like I was like, I was able to work, I was able to learn, but it started failing because it would run out of memory. And when it did run out of memory, it would do this funny thing where like somehow my keys would get messed up or something. So I would have to always come here and like try and debug things, which is why like you saw in the beginning we had like those 3 instances. That was all for testing. I was literally running the exact same image of N8N on all 3, and all 3 were failing, even though there were like 3 different types of machines. Like, to tell you the truth, back then I couldn't even afford like a $24 per month type of thing, which was horrible. Like $24 per month was crazy for me, but that was like the situation. It was so horrible. But those were good times, man. Like thinking back to it now, it's like, damn, like bro, come on. And it's gonna be so funny, like in a few years. Actually, I'm gonna be looking back at this, I'm gonna be like, dude. Okay, we're updating. And now we're installing all the updates. Oh, it's installing CA certificates. The -y is telling the terminal or the kernel to just say yes to everything. Like if ever there's a question that we need to say yes to in order for things to continue, we just have to say yes to that and just continue, like auto continue basically. Basically like dangerously skip permissions checks. And we're now installing keyrings, which is interesting. Okay. And now we are doing a call request to Docker to install the Docker program, which is just nice. All I'm wondering is, okay, we're changing the file that we just downloaded from Docker so that it's executable and we can run it. So the sudo the chmod a+r. I've never seen this type of message before. I'm afraid I can't do that. That's kind of crazy. should say it can't do that. That's so funny. Okay, this is interesting. We're doing the following. The engine is rejecting the command because need to wipe the previous assumption of force directory creation, key extraction, and permission grant in one clean consecutive. Why do compute instances always try to give you issues when you try to like do things on them? I would hope you refine the approach, buddy. HAL 9000, you're actually funny. The specific response is kind of unique Easter egg. It means the in-south directive is enabled in your instance. You would need to log in as root. So apparently it's rejecting me. This was why, like, I felt like I had never seen this password, like this response before. It was mocking me. It's like, I'm afraid I can't do that. What the hell do you mean by that, dude? What the hell do you mean? Anyway, now it's doing some permission denied stuff, which is just amazing. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna exit probably and like restart the instance. So we're trying to do this through the Cloud Console, buddy, and gave us an interesting response recently. Okay, so this is the Cloud Console response. Let's see what Gemini actually says. I think it's like what I've noticed actually recently is the fact that Gemini is so nerfed, like naturally, like you have no clue what is going on. Like most people who have no clue, like they'll be using Gemini, the Gemini app on their phones or whatever, and they have no idea that there's like a pro version that you can get access to and like prompt and stuff, and it's so nerfed. You need to upgrade your Google account's permissions from standard user to an admin. Go back to your main Google account, Google Cloud Console. Use the search bar at the top or left navigation menu to go to IM and admin. IM. I am an admin. Scroll through the list of principals and find your Google account email address. Interesting. Okay, there we go. And click the edit principal icon, add another row. Is it compute something? That's interesting. Well, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Motherfucker. Yes, make me compute admin, nigga. What else? Anything compute related that has the highest access privilege, we're just going to activate it, okay? And of course that's like a beta. Like, why is this even happening? It's so stupid. Okay, like you would imagine that my own email might have access to this stuff. Okay, do we have to restart the compute engine? Okay, and it's taking like a million years to load. Isn't that amazing? Wonderful stuff. Okay, we're back. So this is compute. There is unfortunately no role for compute OS admin login. Okay, we found compute OS admin login. Yeah, it requires reauthentication, so I have to close the terminal, wait 30 seconds. I have become a master at skimming text, literally. You can just like get the gist, honestly. You can just like be looking at this and be like, yeah, okay, I absolutely understand this, I can just move on. And then you do that, and like it's totally natural. Honestly, like on a daily basis, I'm just constantly getting bombarded with text, so I kind of have to be reading this type of stuff at the speed of, I guess you could say, sound, in a way. Like sound comprehension is the fastest way of communication for humans, and it kind of makes sense when you think about where we came from. Like our ancestors could only communicate through sound and body language, so maybe seeing things through sight and like understanding things like by feeling them out. Maybe that's like one of the faster ways, but like hearing is another way to understand things. I'm very glad I have my hearing sense, even though it's slowly but surely going away from me because of the loud music that I listen to. Okay, we should be able to get back in there. Let me SSH in again. Ah yes, please authorize. And there's a bunch of commands that we have to run. Mind you, that was the first time I'd ever seen those, which tells me that maybe things had changed recently. Like maybe they added those roles for the compute, you know, engine, admin, whatever. Because previously things could work without them. So that's telling me that maybe those are new. Maybe. I should have hit a -Y, damn it. How do you download this so fast? Anyway, I seem to keep going to the wrong page. Let me paste this as plain text as well. And it worked this time. No funny pseudo message because I'm not an admin user or whatever, which is just amazing. I would like to thank whoever I need to thank. Is this like this is a massive, wow, it's one single command. Nice. And now we're getting another update. So this actually, the previous command seemed to be printing out a certain piece of text based on a variable name to a file in our file system in the etc OS release folder, which is kind of interesting. Now let's see what this, okay, this should be updating things for us, and it's done. And now we're finally installing Docker with a -Y flag, meaning that we're gonna say absolutely yes to everything. And this guy is afraid he can't do that. Wow. We're back to where we started. Just amazing. I knew we were gonna like come across these slight issues, which was why I was like really adamant on setting everything up before. let me actually send like all the data. Oh, when I say data, I just mean outputs. And hopefully we get something. This time it's actually a good sign. This is it executed siege more successfully, which is nice. Linux catches your pseudo authentication for 15 minutes. That time already expired. When you paste it, execute the command string, new line might have been parsed down, not instantly summoning a blind parser. No, but like that's the problem. We're not. I don't even know the password because we're not actually. That's so trash that I need to close this window every 15 minutes. Actually, this wasn't even 15 minutes. It felt like the timeout was something I could not control. Like it was time-based, not 15 minutes. Okay, yes, please authorize me in. And there's apparently a concurrent viewer. Hello. Although my YouTube is not responding and I'm dropping more frames than a corrupt police officer right now. So can't really say too much about you. That was hard. Dropping frames like a corrupt cop. That shit was disgustingly hard. Okay, we're in. We better use this to get things done properly. By the way, if I keep having this situation where like I need to log back, buddy. So no password lasts for like 5 minutes, is that what you're saying? Okay, cool, understandable. Retarded. Google once again proves how retarded it is. I wonder if like my assumption when it comes to this, like any point of friction is something they're gonna try and monetize. They'll kick you out every few seconds just so that you can log back in, and every time you log back in they're gonna tax you. Like am I bro, hear me out. Wait, the worst thing is we can't actually clone this until we push everything to the... Okay, I am following everything. Just like before I push to Git. Yeah, I'm dropping so much. Like I'm dropping frames right now. It's horrible. It's horrible. But there's nothing to be done about it. Oh. It's so cold too. Like, imagine you're in Cape Town and it's a little bit sunny today, and you think, oh wow, it's sunny, it must be warm. It's not warm, it's cold. It's cold. It's really cold. Like, I was trying to figure out, like, why is it so cold? And I just couldn't. You know why? Because it's Cape Town. You never know with this weather. A few days ago, literally, people's roofs were getting blown off their houses. And today the weather is just smiling, you know, like the sun is literally smiling down at people, as if a few days back nothing was happening, you know, as if people were just getting spat on by the heavens. But like the weather's just saying hello, hi, I hope everyone's good down there. People are not good. Like some people actually have like really bad stuff happen to them. So this is Cape Town weather. I'm not a weatherman though, unfortunately. I don't think I have the talent. Like I can't imagine myself just standing there and be like, oh, this is the weather in Gauteng is looking da 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 da. That requires like a certain finesse that I don't know if I want to. I actually don't want to develop it like at all. I don't want to develop that kind of finesse. I can develop other kinds of finesse, but that one can leave me alone. Okay, he's finally done with the updates. That's awesome. Local environments are prepared separately from your prod cloud repository. Let me know if you want to push. So we can move to the next phase. So and we finally pushed this, which is awesome. Okay. Now we're pushing to GitHub. Let's see. Now we actually need to clone something from GitHub, which is kind of crazy. Something tells me this is just going to fight me because, you know, it's done playing that. Oh. Fuck. I think that's my username. I don't know my password. Let's go to GitHub. And Opa. Let's not expose that, please. Jeez, man. Oh, of course I can't place it as plain text. Let me show you my lovely face, and while I take care of this. Oh, damn it. Okay, so this is the wrong password, unfortunately. Oh no. go to GitHub. What I need to do is I need to set up the password for this account actually. So settings. I'm trying to reset my password. Where do I find that, by the way? Well, that's actually. Okay. Password authentication. Password has been configured. I can change it. It's asking me for the old one. God damn it. Let's retry this. Nice. Nice, of course, awesome. So I'm trying to clone in. It's busy trying to get me to. Oh, so I have to install GH. Awesome. No. Okay, this is fine now. So, oh no, it's another pseudo command. Damn. That means I effectively, yeah, I need to switch this off and then turn it back on. Lol. Yeah, well, SSH in authorize once again. I remember how difficult it was for me to overcome this type of stuff like last time. But we still did it, you know? It's so crazy. Okay. And now it's finally installing GH, which is amazing. And it's unpacking and it's done. Brilliant. Now I need to GH auth login so that it doesn't ask me any dumbass questions later. And of course it's github.com, of course. And we're going to use HTTP, of course. And we're going to authenticate Git with our credentials, of course. And we're gonna log in with the web browser, of course. Where is the browser? Okay, here's the key. No, we need to actually. Sorry for I'm doing this manually, that's so funny. It's just because that system actually doesn't have a proper browser, unfortunately. So now we apparently have to verify this again through email, which is pretty disrespectful of them. If I had to admit, it's very disrespectful. How dare they? Okay, let's get the email verification password. I've never seen this capstone challenge before. I'm gonna have to go and check it out, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go and check it out. Okay, we're verifying this now. Congrats, you're all set. Wait, if we're all set, would it have immediately? It did. So we're logged in now. We're logged in, baby. Let me actually try and immediately clone. Oh, I love this song. Oh. Okay, awesome. If I list, awesome, we're in, baby. Okay, we still need to activate Docker. I think we need to expose Docker as well. Otherwise, no request will hit properly. So we need to activate all the running scripts in multiple different terminals, I'm guessing, because like the workers have to work in their own terminal, Docker has to work in its own terminal, any other server we're running has to go in its own terminal. I'm not sure if we'll be, I think we might be running that in this terminal as well, in this system as well, actually. And yeah, like, yeah, like, this is fine, it's totally fine. And apparently we need to create the .env because we can't just have environment variables and like import them from Google. Amazing. Actually, I think it's possible. Oh, do I have to touch it? Okay. This part I will have to do without you looking at me. Okay, so I'm gonna have you look at my face, and I'm gonna do this. This lovely music was proudly brought to you by your favorite wait, I just realized something. I can just like get nano, right? Okay, I have just asked how to install Nano, and I have received the instruction on how to do that. And unfortunately, it might have kicked me from sudo, and it did, so I have to restart the entire thing. Let me connect SSH over here. Okay. Okay, I'm so glad that you can't see this because I've just installed Nano. I'm currently pasting the information, and then interesting, and then I now need to exit and save the modified buffer. And I'm writing to the file nano.env. Okay, this is pretty good. Okay, by the way, just to mention this, we are still yet to actually get things done properly. So now we need to launch everything. Okay. Okay, so it's finally getting RKDB. Actually, it's getting the latest image of RKDB all by itself, which is nice. I'm actually glad we were forced to log back in because I would have had to log back in anyway, I feel. Better now than never, right? Or better now than later, I think is a better expression. And then sudo docker ps, you should see for containers running -api, -worker, -stratum, RKDB, -redis. Okay, we'll run that after it's done. Right now it's still downloading and doing its thing, so we'll just wait for it to complete. We might actually have to log out and then log back in. It's kind of sad. And this is taking a crazy amount of time. you'd expect like network speeds to be pretty quick for a Google compute engine, right? You know, like when I think about like like Google is so well positioned, it's disgusting. It's because of this type of stuff. Like they can provide you literally everything in the entire AI stack. They can provide everything, whether it's the applications or just the compute to build the AI. They can provide the AI itself. They can provide the infrastructure, the rails on which AI gets distributed. Like, dude, it's so unfair. Like everyone else is playing a catch-up game and they don't even notice it. Like it's because the hype train is with everyone else, but Google's like the quiet guy who just gets shit done, you know? So impressive. This is another day I have not exposed my API keys. It's another day that I'm winning. So I think I've done it like twice already. Like like all you really need to do is just like go back a few like you'd find some exposed API key. It might be from OpenAI or Gemini or something, but it exists. Yeah. I cooked myself. I have to say, my hairline is, it's the best, okay? There was a time where I would braid my hair. So when you do that, and like depending on how you do it or like who does it for you, your hair can like get pulled to the extent where it gets pulled straight from the roots, which is very, very bad, as you can imagine, because it doesn't grow back. Which is why when like people say, oh, your hairline is getting fucked up, they